Procedure. Tomorrow.
ఎవరైనా వచ్చి ఉందా గెస్ట్ ఎవరు రారు అదే
सर सर ये बराबर है बराबर ये आशिक का बारे में बड़ा तो
The outcome of Startupedia is the incubation of innovative business ideas and investment by interested parties, resulting in real startups. Your community is here to help you.
So now, you're in for a ride filled with planned activities, seminars, and special events where you will be able to join in and get hands-on experiences.
Now we request Arundhati to grace the occasion with the prayer song.
Thank you so much, Arundhati. It was surely a melodious and a mesmerizing performance. Now, we request respected Director Sir, Professor Srinivas Murthy, to come onto the dais. Let's all welcome Sir with a huge round of applause. Professor Murthy is currently the Professor of Finance and Director at the Institute of Public Enterprise. He holds a master's degree in commerce from Sri Venkateshwara University, a master's degree in international business from Pondicherry University, and a doctorate degree from the University of Madras. Now I request Shivangi to welcome Sir with a bouquet. Let's all join our hands together to invite Sir once again.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Bhanu Prakash Reddy Varda, to come onto the dais. Could you please have a round of applause? Mr. Varda is the partner and director at Rural Technologies Private Limited. Sir has over 20+ years of experience in the development and execution of IT and ITES related projects. Sir is also an angel investor and a startup mentor. I request Nikshita to welcome Sir with a bouquet. Let's all join our hands together to welcome Sir.
Now I request our Student Affairs Coordinator, Dr. Anand Kumar Sir, please come onto the dais. Let's welcome Sir with another round of applause. Dr. Anand Kumar is a mechanical engineer and did his master's in business management with marketing as a specialization. His academic experience spreads around teaching dozens of management subjects. Now I request Shivangi to present Sir. Let's all welcome Sir with a huge round of applause.
Now I request Dr. Pratna Kumar, coordinator of Startupedia, to come onto the dais. Dr. Pratna is the program head of PGDM Marketing Management and Executive PGDM programs. I request Dikshita to present ma'am with the bouquet. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Last but not least, I request Ms. Mansi Kapse, Student Coordinator of Startupedia, to come onto the dais. Let's all join our hands together for Mansi. I request Shivangi to present Mansi. Thank you everyone for gracing us with your presence.
Now, we would like to welcome Dr. Pratna Kumar, coordinator of Startupedia, to brief us about the event.
Let's all join our hands together. Pratna ma'am.
Honorable Director, Professor Srinivas Murthy, respected Chief Guest Shri Bhanuprasad Reddy Garu, all the guests of the panel here, my SEO faculty colleagues and friends. Good morning. I understand it has been a delayed start, but Der Aaye Durust Aaye is something what people say. So I think we'd follow. To begin with, I thought I would tell you a bit about entrepreneurship in general here. That we see that entrepreneurship has developed a lot. We would say that entrepreneurs are people who would probably bring changes in the lifestyle and the workspace of most. So here we are, after COVID, post-COVID, we have new technology, we have evolving customer demands, we have societal shift, and we also have a huge change in the business landscape. This is probably backed with some data that we would say, which the economic survey report of 2022-23, it states that startups in India have gone over 72,993 startups a year in comparison to just 417 in 2016. That shows that most of our economic growth is fueled by entrepreneurship, and I should say fueled and strengthened by entrepreneurship. We also see that most of the jobs now are created by startups. We have most of the jobs, almost 9 lakh plus jobs that are created by startups on the present day. And the best part is we have tier 2 and tier 3 cities contributing the most in terms of startups, with around 48% of startups in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That typically shows that entrepreneurship as an area is flooding and people are looking in for. And most importantly, I would say that student entrepreneurs are the best in making when they are in such areas. We have many young students who come here, and for them, for young entrepreneurs, what's important is not only to take a promising idea and make it realistic, but it is a different ballgame altogether to make it live and working. So we have here our journey with Startupedia. I welcome you all to the 9th edition of Startupedia, with 9 continuous years of people working towards making Startupedia run its best. In these 2 days time that you have here, starting today with the day 1, we have our students, participants from outside, from quite much all over India. We have around 100 plus participants coming from various colleges here, and we have almost 32 business plans being presented. They are in the area of agriculture, education, edtech, deep tech, AI, you name it, and almost you have it all here. And they would be pitching their business plans tomorrow. What is the agenda today? I'm sure all of you participants have been given a flyer in your kit. This is the schedule for the day. Of course, there was a delay in the schedule, but then the schedule still remains the same. We have our inaugural now, and post which we will have a whole day of very good value addition in terms of panel discussion and speaker series that will be there. Following which we will have a mentoring session. And I must say that one of the USPs that has been for Startupedia in the past has been our very strong mentoring sessions. People love to come to Startupedia because they feel that this adds value to them in terms of their idea being made more clearly closer to the ground. I welcome you all here, and I hope that you interact with people, network, make friends, and make sure that this experience adds to your value chain of learning. Thank you so much. Have a very nice day.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful words. It definitely set the tone for the event.
Now I request Dr. Anand Kumar, Student Affairs Coordinator, to address the gathering. Let's all join our hands together. Anand Kumar, sir.
Respected Director Professor Srinivas Murthy Garu, honorable guests on the dais, my friend Mansi, my learned colleagues sitting on the other side of the dais, my dear student friends, participants from different institutions and organizations who have come all the way to be a part of this great event, Startupedia, the managing team of Startupedia, special mention of the coordinator of the Startupedia, Dr. Prarthana Kumar. Anand Kumar, in the capacity, so I'm the one who is looking after the student activities at Institute of IPE. On behalf of student clubs of IPE, I welcome all the participants who are a part of this great event, Startupedia. I was thinking for a while, what is that I need to speak at this event? I was just going through the successful startup stories. Take the case of Paytm, maybe the case of PharmaEasy, maybe the case of Dream11 or any other companies. What is that they have in them common? The great enthusiasm. If you look at it, when you want to start up a business, that business or the idea maybe elsewhere prevailing, you might have borrowed it from there and you might have started the industry over here. Or it can be a totally a new innovative idea. So what is important is when you want to be a successful entrepreneur, more than your idea, what becomes important is the feasibility. Whether your idea, can it be feasible in the market? Can it be implementable? Does this idea have a saleable scales? If you can think in these lines, then definitely whatever idea with which you start the businesses, start your enterprises, definitely you are going to see the success part of it. The great challenge which the startups are likely to have is, we don't have specialists in marketing when you start up the industry. You don't have the specialist in finance at the very beginning of it. Maybe you may have to take the multiple roles at the very beginning of it. You do not know even the mechanism to approach the different organizations, how to reach out the organization for any types of permissions and all. And more so, getting the client is also the next biggest challenge which you are going to take up. Henceforth, the events like this, where your propositions, your ideas are evaluated by the jury members, they'll tell you how you should do the feasibility study, how you should do the financial analysis of it, whether your ideas are good, how good they are, what changes you need to bring in. As these things are looked at, and then your ideas are properly nurtured. And we, as a part of the event, we have n numbers of investors. What the investors look at in your ideas? What is the criteria which makes them attracted towards idea? And what makes them to invest in your businesses? As all these are a part of this event Startupedia, please be a part of it and then take the maximum from this event. Do get benefited. Once again, I thank all of you being a part of this great event. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words.
Moving forward, we would like to request respected Director Sir, Professor S. Srinivas Murthy, to address our business enthusiasts and budding entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Very good beyond. Most respected chief guest of the session, Sri Bhanu Prakash Reddy Garu, Partner Director, Rural Technology Private Limited, and my esteemed colleagues, Dr. Prarthana Kumar, Coordinator of Startupedia, and Dr. Anand Kumar, Coordinator Student Affairs, my esteemed faculty colleagues present here, and also dignitaries present here who are already in the campus, who are going to participate in the panel discussion. We have Mr. Sri Charan Lakkaraju, Founder and CEO, Stuman, Mr. Sridhar Sheshadri, Co-Founder and CEO, Spotplug, Mr. Ratnakar Samvedam, Investment Director and CEO, Hyderabad Angels, CA Subramchu Sarkar, Virtual CFO, mentor and advisor, startups, MSME. Ms. Vinita Vardhani, startup mentor, ecosystem enabler, and ex-head of investments, EC. And also my colleague Ramakrishna, who is going to chair the next panel discussion. And we also have a series of people coming down now. For the benefit of the chief guest and guests of honor available here and various students coming from different campuses, few words about the institute and the background for this event. The institute was started in the year 1964 in the Osman University campus. We still have that campus. We are using a city campus, and we moved to this campus in 2014. Is it see the various facilities available here? The public sector enterprises in terms of the training, research, and consultancy requirement, and institute has produced done a lot of consultancy, conduct many training programs for senior public sector executives and also IAS, IPS, and IFS officers. Over a period of time, based on the expertise available, there was a request from the public sector enterprises in the twin cities to organize a part-time MBA program for public sector executives. That's how in 1981, IP started a program called an MBA Public Enterprise, first of its kind in the country. So we have trained many senior public sector executives as part of this program. And then we came into full-time management education from 1995. Our first full-time management program was started in 1995, that is PGDM. And we have intake of 240 students now. My colleague Dr. Ramakrishna here, he is the coordinator for this PGDM program. He is a coordinator. And in 2007, we started in retail and marketing. And he has got intake of 60 and it's called as PGDM Marketing Management. Dr. Pratna Kumar, he is the coordinator. I think Machendra Gaur is here. He is the joint coordinator. Dr. Mohan is here. Dr. Mohan is the joint coordinator for PGDM. At 2008, we started PGDM Banking, Insurance, and Finance Services. It has got intake of 120. Dr. Chandrasekhar, he is the coordinator. He is the joint coordinator. In 2009, we started PGDM International Business, and my colleague Dr. Karthi is coordinator, and Dr. Rajesh is the joint coordinator. Rajesh also is the joint coordinator for PGDM International Business. And 2012, we started PGDM Human Resource Management, and Dr. Deepthi Chandra, she is the coordinator, and Dr. Sinju Shankar, they are joint coordinators. So we have 5 full-time programs on the campus with the total intake of 540 students, and all these programs are AICTE approved. And all these PhD programs are considered as equal to MBA by the Association of Indian Universities. So we thank you. And we have a curriculum which is actually decided in the beginning of the academic year, considering the inputs taken from all the stakeholders, which includes recruiters, policymakers, academicians, alumni, students. So we designed the curriculum in such a way that industry people, they find the students coming from IPE are well trained and ready to take up the responsibilities. So as part of the curriculum, we also offer a core course on entrepreneurship development, and we also have an entrepreneurship cell in the institute. As part of eCell, again, Dr. Pratna is the coordinator for eCell. A team of students are available, and they conduct series of events, lecture series as part of eCell, and we also have an elective on entrepreneurship development. So the students who are interested can opt for that. We offer 5 electives: finance, marketing, operations, systems, HR, business analytics, economics, and entrepreneurship. They can choose entrepreneurship. So we are providing all possible support to the students, and we are proud to say that many of our alumni are doing very well, and they have their own startup, and they keep coming to the institute, and they share their experiences with our young students, and some of them they will be coming as part of this Startupedia also. We have excellent faculty, 60 full-time faculty who are having expertise in all domain areas. We also act as mentors for the students, and they conduct many training programs, do consultancy, and they bring their expertise to the classroom in the form of case studies. So our students are able to get best of the things available, and excellent campus. Students are very active on campus. More than 12 student clubs are there. For every domain area, there is a club, and they make this the most happening campus by their active participation in student clubs, and including this particular event, Startupedia, the students are helping Dr. Pratna So a big round of applause to Pratana and the student team helping in a great event. I also welcome all the students coming from different parts of the country. The event is already delayed. I don't want to take much time. But one word to the participants who are coming for the Startupedia. So when you have a B plan, that B plan, you should also see the feasibility of the plan in terms of technical, that is technical feasibility, then financial feasibility, commercial feasibility, and environmental feasibility, economic feasibility. See, feasibility of the idea, if you do some pre-feasibility study, when you do the startups, there will be less chances of failing. If you don't do the pre-feasibility and get into that, then you realize that there are so many permissions to be taken, so much of thing have to be done. So that is the reason normally we prepare a detailed project report before taking up any project. Even the banker also want a copy of the detailed project report to fund the project. So all these aspects you have to factor in. You need to prepare the projected financial statement, and you need to find out the financial viability, whether the NPV is positive or IR is more than cost of capital, and economically also you should take permissions wherever required, so that you are taking well-informed decision, and by getting inputs from others, you can really succeed. But having an idea is very important, and the risk-taking capability is all the more important. Unless you take risk, you will not get the rewards. So entrepreneurship is all about taking risk, and only those people who take risk will only be rewarded, and they will be the torch bearers for others. So I wish Startupedia all the best. Thank you, Pratana, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your advice that you bestowed upon us. We promise to make you, as well as IB, proud of us in our future endeavors.
Moving forward, we are extremely overwhelmed to take this opportunity to invite our chief guest, Mr. Bhanu Prakash Reddy Varla, to address our budding entrepreneurs. Let's give a huge round of applause to him.
Good morning to all of you. I generally take 2 to 3 hours in my lecture, so please bear with me. Hope you had your tea and coffee. So thank you so much, sir. And plus your made insights, right? We got some background story about what actually is happening with you, what well, and everything. And all my colleagues who have met here, like the great people I can see here right in front of me. We'll have a lot of panel discussions, a lot of learning which happens here, great things. So I came here a little late, when I was flying back from Bangalore and I just landed. And I recently heard a joke on my WhatsApp. 2 people died and they went to heaven to the place, and the God asked them, like, he says, who are you? He said, like, the guy said, I'm a driver from Mysore, some area. And he said, okay, good. He said, wear this gold robe and go to the heaven, he said. And we'll go to the great channel. The other one was like the priest who came, he said, like, the 40 years I was actually teaching a lot of people so many things. And he said, okay, wear the silver one, you can go to the second one, he said. The priest said, what's very bad, man? I mean, actually, I've been priest teaching so many people, and that driver, how can you send him there outside, he said. And I'm sure many of the people know the joke here. I want to recollect why I'm telling you here right now. And he said, look, whenever you are preached, all the people who are there in the church were sleeping, not listening to you, chatting on mobile or whatever they think they're doing across you. But whenever this rash driver was driving, they're all praying to God. This is exactly what happened to me today in the morning. When I was coming from home and my driver was not coming, so there was a Basha. Thank you so much. I know Basha very well. I know Basha's family. I know Basha's family. When it's everybody, I know everybody right now. From which place he comes from, which town he comes from, everything. And the way he was driving, I don't know how many people know from Master Tank to this place here, how many temples are there, but I just counted for my sake for you. 67 temples are there. And 14 temples I actually have prayed. And he was getting calls from a lot of people from here, actually saying that, where are you? Where are you across to? I said, Baba, don't worry about that. There's nothing to worry, but we still will go across to you, but we still made it across to you. So I prayed a lot of gods today. I mean, I did a lot of, Jain temple also was there actually. If somebody is not going to the Jain temple, you should also wish to the Jain temple. If anybody wanted to still go to some temples, can come and ask me. So the story goes here, how to connect dots to all the startups who are here actually. I'm sure you all must be listening, what is this startup things which actually happens like a festivals. In fact, I think my colleagues who are here sitting, they know here, there's India Startup Festival this started actually. The startups has to be done like a festivals. Only then they know the value of those things, how we celebrate Deepavali, other things. And we also should celebrate our startups. Only then we can see the value of the startups all over the place. So I'm very happy to be part of this Startupedia 23. And I'm surprised to see that it is the 9th edition. And keep going, keep walking, sir. I really appreciate it. Give a big hand. That things are happening. That is the reason today in the world, we are number 2, the unicorns. Like we were talking about, I was a recent Japan trip, and everybody talking about, one of the startup I was addressing there. We're talking about in India, now it's now second largest one, having so many unicorns. And thanks to the people who are sitting here, I can see a lot of unicorns and unicorns. I'm sure I should want to take a picture with all of you so that tomorrow you become unicorns, you'll not have time to take pictures. So I wish you good luck to all of you guys too. A lot of verticals. I've seen a lot of startups who have come here today. They come with different verticals. But what I saw recently in my journey, there's always something called tech. There was nothing called agricultural startups. It's called agri-tech, med-tech, health tech, edu-tech. What is this tech? Why is that tech happening? Do you all realize why this tech has come? Because we are in the digital area. We're able to reach a lot of people. So technology has to come back. But unfortunately, what I saw when I'm actually wanted to address to many of the people, the technology guys who actually come in the startup area, they're not able to focus, they're all tend with the tech and they start working on the technology and they tend to forget how to market these companies. So I'm here right now standing in front of you as a normal employee who started my career. And in 1998, I had an issue like to find out and started my entrepreneurial journey. And I really wanted to become an entrepreneur. Like, people say, hero say, I want to become a doctor, I became an actor. All the story name, but entrepreneur. I just decided that I should become an entrepreneur because I used to watch people like how these companies run. I used to go and watch people, read newspapers, how these big companies run across. I used to go back to the factories and see how they run across to the place. I mean, I really wanted to do that. So successfully, I have done my first project. I don't know how many people know here. The company was known as Bartronics, the first barcoding company in India. So you see the supermarket, the barcodes and retail segment barcodes. I started that company way back in 1998. And I was really new. And I want to share some little experience, what I've learned here. To all of you, you may connect those dots, what I actually have experienced in my startup. Probably I was asking, madam, what should I able to speak to? It's a experiences, we can talk to them. But I want to talk to you something about, where it goes wrong. The first thing is, I'm going with chronological order. Little homework I've done so that this will actually connect dots to you. The financial thing, when I was talking to the room, the writer's room, I saw all these 100 people sitting here. They play a vital role. I mean, finance God will there's important people to you, wherever you take that. And I wanted every founder, the CEO here, should have the financial knowledge. People actually fail. If you ask me, 98%, 98.9%, they fail is because they don't have financial knowledge, financial direction. That is where exactly the failure really happens. So please, I request to all of the people, don't think this is not my cup of tea, but do understand there are people to work along with you, but you should know what are you actually getting money from? What is the customer acquisition cost? All these things are very, very important to all of the people. You have to understand that. If you don't understand the financial value, you'll be a failure. I had a major call on the same passion. When I started my company, I had this initial discussion. So I had to find a mentor, the right mentor to find out. So it is a responsibility of the people. I'm just very sorry, Kumar Garu, I want to say, sir. Today, most of the startups are actually pampered. We were never pampered. Today, you've got so much facilities available there. There are people who call, they came all the way, flying different places, they start their companies and coming here, wanted to come back and add some little value. And you have given, there is a company, there's an organization, there's an incubation center, there is something, financial guys are there, there's a mentor, there's a professors are there. So many things are coming to you. You're actually pampered. In the days when I started my company, there was nobody there. In fact, when I used to go to the bank, they used to ask me, I used to get scared to go to bank. My financial guys used to ask me, sir, you should get more money. I used to have, troubles in my body. I used to get scared actually. But here, everything is all done. Investors are there. They're all waiting to invest money and everything to you. So everything is there. It's a packet deal. You have to get those deals done properly. And most people they fail. I mean, I look at little failure points so that I can get on the positive side. Product market fits, and we should be able to understand which is a good product, what is the right timing is very important. What is that you're bringing in across here? Don't be stubborn about your project. Somebody tells you that you're going to do this project, don't stick on your guns there. Understand, do some research work, and there's actually study done. Any project that you do, you have to go back and do some research work actually. At least meet 50 of those clients outside. 50 of them, not your friends or family. People whom you don't know at all, you should go and meet those people across the picture. So you have to do that survey before you do that actually. And because a lot of failures happens, lack of research work that nobody has done it. Even the startups who are here right now who are having that idea, please do your research properly. Take help from different places. And the most important thing that I felt was partnerships. The bad partnerships. You will get your friend who want to start along with the company, and he has different ideas, you have different ideas, and nobody on the same page at all. And these partners, I'm telling you to be very honest with you, anybody who comes to me, first thing that I tell them is, do these partners have an agreement copy? What they want to do for the company, no matter what it's due. Please make sure that you have a proper agreement copy between the partners. That's absolutely very important to all of you. So, you're not an expert. You start a company, you feel that you're an expert, but trust me, you're not an expert. And I always want to tell you to all of you people, you think that when you bring a product to me, this is one of the best products that I started this company. I've been there as a judge, I've been talking to many people, I'm investing in many companies. There are 1,000 people thinking like you. So who is a success guy? The guy who actually executes properly. He's a successful person. So you have to understand that. Don't think that your product is absolutely unique. Trust me, you have to say, my product is coming to 1,000 different people are doing these things. It can be more. And most importantly, what I see lack nowadays is patience. And the passion has to be there. You have to continually have that passion in you. That is where you have to understand. And cost of acquiring customer, I do not know, but you people have to study how much a customer, how much it costs to the company to us. That's exactly what research work that you have to do across the picture. The other one important thing that I saw was good team. You must be a good guys as a founders, members, or two of the startups, founders. But if you have a bad team around you, you absolutely fail. You have to ensure that somebody has to be more intelligent. You can go to the market and talk to them actually. You should be very active. So you have to, this is a startup for everybody I'm telling you. You have to be very careful to choose your team. Because somebody can join TCS, Wipro, Satyam, wherever they wanted to join. But why they want to come back and join your company, where you don't even office, why they want to come? You have to build that confidence levels in them actually. That is a responsibility of the founders actually. So that is where exactly I saw most of them. I'm telling you with all my experience of all the things here. And go-to-market strategy is something very important. Nobody knows about GTM. I'm telling you, please emphasize, what is that GTM? How do you go to market strategies? That's another important thing about picture to you. And of course, a lot of people I saw, they're worried. No of these founders when they come back and meet me across you, I always see them worrying on their face actually. Don't worry, nothing is going to happen across you. You need to go back to your company. In fact, in Silicon Valley, there is a saying actually, when you start a company, you fail, you go back to your company and come back and join another company, start another company. So don't worry about it, you. So that is what is another thing. And most importantly, getting the right mentor to help you. A lot of people do that mistake. Please ensure that you have a mentor in the respective area, the technology or whatever that you do it, the vertical segment side. Please go and meet the expertise. You are in agri-tech, go and meet the agri-tech university and go and meet a professor. Tell them, because they have done a lot of research over there. They may help you there. You might have a product there across it. So please do that. MedTech, health tech, and there are people to help you. That is the beauty of those things across. So just to get this is a small thing that the failure side, but I would like to tell you how you have to execute your plan so well and start with a good plan. I'm telling you, in spite of my company started, I have actually invested almost into 11 companies after my company. Out of that, 4 became super hit companies, including Urban Kisan. You know how many people know Urban Kisan here? Hydroponics, soil is farming. So some became, super duper hit companies across here. And some companies disasters. It doesn't matter. For me, it's a learning curve for me. In spite of my starting my company, the first barcoding company in India, I went for public issue in 2008. Most successful story that happened. Nobody has done it actually till now. But I said I should be able to do that. I was bent upon that actually. Now the people think that I'm doing too many things, but no, I have done initially when I started my career, I was in my barcodings. Until I went for IPO, when I made money to the investors, community, and all the people, I did that actually. Zero company, when I came out, we had about 2,600 employees in the company. That was the passion. I said, when I went there and joined Tata in TC, when the Tata Group, in Jamshedpur, I just saw like 1 lakh employees. How can they be across? I should be able to do back some value. 1,000 people employees I should be able to have. That was my dream actually. I did a reverse homework actually. That was my goal that I've achieved. Now, most importantly, a lot of patients, people lose patience, don't know why. You all know that when did Starbucks got money? How many times did he pitch? Anybody can raise your hand and tell me? How many times did he do that? Starbucks, when he really started, it was a super duper hit worldwide whenever you go there. It's a billion organization. He went and pitched 297 times, nobody believed him. They thought this is a useless one. But how can you say there is no waiters in a coffee in a Starbucks and there's nobody coming and asking you, do you want to have a coffee, do you want to have something to eat food? You just have an experience center, sit down there. How can, so nobody believed him actually. But he stick his guns. And he told this is exactly the system is going to be there. People will come, they'll sit down, they will talk, they'll have coffee, they'll eat food, they'll get people, they'll get network. He said the whole thing I want to create an experience center. At 297 the time he got his money. You take out all the stories, Oreos to all the companies, anybody like Licious. Somebody imagine a company called Licious who's doing non-vegetarian supplying cut turkey, they can make $1 billion company. That is the need of the hour. He's able to get the right things to the picture across the picture. Tender cut, all these companies. ID Fresh, how many people know ID Fresh here? PC Mustafa is from our IIM Bangalore. I become from IIM Bangalore. So he's my colleague. So he was actually, I had one idea. Breakfast karne ka hai all over the world. Somebody wants to eat, they should eat idli dosha batter khane ka mein. Usko kya karne ka? Batter is because you would think. Can somebody imagine making batter? They can make 2,000 crores business. 2,000 crores making just batter, man. You're selling batter. And look at this. Go back and study his idea. How he sells his batter. How does he market very well? What did he do for that across picture to you? Is what the very important thing to understand. So you take all the companies that all these things that you understand. And I recently, I'll tell you 2 stories. And every your startup story should have a story. Why did you start? They all talk about vision and mission of company. Right? Anybody who starts a company, they say, oh, this is my vision, this is my mission. They talk about it. I say no, not vision and mission. You should understand what is the purpose of the company. Why am I starting this company? There's so many companies. What is the purpose that I'm going to start this company? Is what you should focus upon to you. Now, I'm trying to talk to many people. I said, like, keep on across this vision. Talk about the purpose. Why are you here? Why do you want to do this actually? And the recent thing is like I went to one company called Hair One. I know how many people know Hair One? Girls. Okay. So my wife actually took an appointment with Hair One. And I was actually, before I went to Japan, I just took an appointment and she called me and said, like, I got an appointment with Hair One. I saw my daughter and everybody, I had two daughters and surprised. He said, like, when did you get? Next month, 14th, they gave me. I said, what? Hair solution next month, 14th, how did you get it? I said, like, it's very high demand. He said, I actually calendared myself. I said, I'll come along with you and I'll drop you. I went there to Hair One Solution, which is there at Kukatpalli. Hair One. And there were two sisters who started this company. They had a hair fall on. They decided that this is the biggest business opportunity and they started this company. I just walked into the place and I went and saw there was Hair One. There was written in white paper stuck there. I didn't see a board there. So I just walked inside and I said, like, the small piddly room and there's a girl there sitting there and my wife and my daughter went inside. I said, what is that they're doing? Basically, demand can create. And when I went and sat in one small corner of the place, I saw one door open like this. The huge place. I saw a lot of like a factory people are working there. I said, what is this? So I just went and peeped inside. In fact, literally, you'll not believe. They were actually cutting those hairs, small hairs, and there's a PO copy, there's a quality check. They're packing the hairs in the box and they're delivering it to you. You know what is the turnover of the company? 176 crores. Two sisters. What did they do? They found the problem. Hair is the biggest problem. If somebody gets hair from me, I'll definitely love to invest money into the company. I'm looking, nobody's coming to me actually. Firstly, hair is the biggest problem. Beauty products. This is the biggest thing. Can you imagine India sells 76,000 crores of business in beauty products? That's an area. Mama, Earth, all these things. What do they become billions of companies? These are the opportunities you have to look at the opportunities. Don't seek your gun. If you want a company and don't think that this is, I'm going to be here. If it doesn't work, go back, change the company, different area altogether. So this is something that I really want to tell you. And before I close down, and I really want to tell you, as a leadership, as an entrepreneur, you should have some qualities. This I keep telling you, this is what is missing actually in the entire area. One is communication. I'm actually missing a lot of people. There's no communication, proper communication. All these, the entrepreneur should have a proper communication skills. That is very, very important. And most importantly, networking. Network whenever you go there, I don't know. I mean, I've seen my colleague here who just met him. He gave me a card. Can't you just bring some cards? Go back and tell them. The first thing that I started in my company, Bartronics, I used to go back and tell everybody. I mean, I heard later that the Starbucks story, but when I started my company, nobody gave me money to me. When I used to go and catch on that guy, take my card, this is Bartronics, barcoding company, we do this, we do that. RFID company, I used to tell them, I met my first investor when I was actually going for some money. I met him in the aeroplane. I actually wanted to go to Malaysia and ask money, but I met somebody in the aeroplane who actually said, okay, I know about your company, but I pitched him in the aeroplane also. Trust me, I'm telling you, this is my biggest story. In the aeroplane, I had just had time. Malaysia, this guy, I wanted to anyhow pitch him, and he was in the business class, I was in economy class. How should I go? I don't know. I was just waiting, praying to God when he will get up and you just sort of walk leg up. The moment he got up and walked, I went and passed him across him. I said, I gave my card to him, I spoke to him. So the lady, they were stopping it, but still I went and spoke to him. That was my first investment. I got my first 25 crores by talking to him like that. You have to be all close. Don't feel shameful here. And I want to tell you that shameless, be shameless. I don't know how to put it in the right way. Be shameless. Don't worry about you. Go back and ask him. How many people speak Telugu here? Okay, all Telugu speaking guys, go and watch one film called Swati Mutyam. You know why did they say that word? Follow. So Kamalasan bolte hai ki you will get a job tomorrow morning. Don't worry, he'll give you. So the Pujari dega job. And what does Kamalasan does? He goes every day, stand in front of him. Until he gets his job. Don't feel shy. Go back 10 times. They say that somebody wants to meet an IAS officer, IPS officer, as a government officer. I go back and 10 times I go, 100 times I go there. Maybe, maybe after 96 times he may feel, chala billing ya 2 minutes, baat karenge okay. And elevator pitches happens here like that. In 1 minute, they take a decision. Things will change. Your life will change. You should be humble. You should be grounded. Whatever your success story, don't come back and say, give that success story back to your team members. That is where your success actually happened. Most people do not do that actually. So you need to have a story. You need to tell how to pitch properly. You know how to talk to them. You should be humble. You should be grounded. These are certain things which I want to tell across to you. And when I started, of all these experiences, I'm telling you, it is 5 years back when we started Urban Kisan. I did the same like you, another startup was sitting here right now. I came back to India. I was in Dubai. I just started a place to Ratnakar is sitting here right in front of us. He was a chartered accountant. He was the finance man. He was an advisor. He was helping us how to that things to happen. I came to Ratnakar and said, like, this is Urban Kisan. We want to start an hydroponic soilless farming. He said, good idea. Let's do it. And we started working. I took advice. I went to people because he was in the ecosystem there. And suddenly I realized, okay, we were doing some homework. I did some little research work. You know what research work followed? There were 77 hydroponics companies in India. How be a successful story? So we went and listed out and started speaking to everybody. And they later realized out of that, almost 63 are closed. You know what I did? The list, the entire team, the company, who were the founders, we took a list and divided ourselves. We went to the people who actually failed. How did they fail? We went to those people, right? From Goa to Bombay to Bangalore to Mysuru to, we went all the places and found out why did they fail? Then we realized, okay, this is the failure. This is where the success story should happen with us. In Hyderabad, when we started today, we are evaluating today the company $150 million. And how many people know Samantha here? Oh, right? She joined our company. She is a partner right now. Look at that. And people do not know, a lot of people do not know. And Samantha is one of the most intelligent girl I have never seen of the investors. She's one of the greatest inventors of the record. So she's such a great, learning. When she comes back and she learns across, you all think that she's an actor, but the way she does the homework on the paper to you, absolutely, I'm amazed actually. And she came and joined as a partner, and she did the whole homework, to help in marketing, grounded. We should all know where to get people, who should go and catch other people at the right time. That is what you should thinking across you. You should not sleep. Start thinking. Your brain, should not start thinking across you. For you, the time has gone. And most companies, I saw, before I close on one point I want to tell you, because you worked in a company and you resigned there and started a company, revenues don't come here. Frustration will go start going across picture. That is where people actually fail. You are not able to justify it at your home or here. So you should be able to balance that very well. Plan out very well actually. Right? These are the certain things that I want to tell you. And when I had a struggle, my company, I had a lot of struggles. A lot of people say, hey, you are doing great things. No, a lot of struggles are there. And we realize how to do it. Only thing is we face it. Just be calm. Don't face it. When something goes wrong, a lot of people avoid calls. They don't pick up calls. You've seen anywhere, right? Somebody comes back and don't pick up calls actually. Go back and stand in front of them. Yes, sir, this is a startup. We have failed. We'll come back and do service right in front of you. In fact, I did my first thing in my barcoding when I stick all the labels there in a supermarket. I don't know what happened. The gum was not proper. So all the gums went and next day was inauguration time. So he put a board on the road outside saying that, there's inauguration of barcoding, that's something he has done in a supermarket. And I saw all labels were going out. The night we stuck morning to doing that because the gum was not proper. Oh, that guy, and we worked the whole night, 2 days, and I went back home and slept. He was crushed to the core. But we went and sat, took another printer, we realized what was the problem, resin problem, sticker problem, we got different problem, and we stood there in each billing. I did the billing, everything there, including everything. The soap car, 3 days I worked in the supermarket. People thought I was an employee of the supermarket. So you people have to be grounded. That is exactly what I want to tell you. And I really wish you good luck and choose the right mentor. I'm there anytime, and you have this stalwart site in front of of you. I'm waiting for them. Sorry if I've taken a long time because I get a little emotion when I talk to the startup ecosystem. And we're always there. There are a lot of incubation which are happening here. I don't know how many people know here. There are almost nearly 300 plus incubators in India. And I'm very happy, sir, the way the things are moving over here. And I wish you good luck. All the best. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a privilege to hear you. And I'm sure that everyone present in the auditorium will take your valuable learnings with them to scale new heights in their future endeavors.
I now request respected Director Sir, Professor Murthy, to present a memento to our chief guest as a token of our gratitude and appreciation.
Let's all join our hands together. For our chief guest. Yes, sir. Now I request Mansi Kapse, student coordinator of Startupedia, to propose the vote of thanks. Good morning to one and all present here. The event is starting to pick up the pace and I can already feel the positivity in this room. Firstly, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our respected director, sir, Professor S. Srinivas Murthy, for the support he has given to the whole team throughout this Startupedia journey. A very sincere thank you, sir, for always providing us the best opportunities, resources, and moral support by which we have been able to carry out the Startupedia legacy for the 9th consecutive year. Secondly, I would like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Bhanu Prakash Reddy Warla, for sparing his precious time and giving us an invaluable insights about the industry and its happenings. Sir, your words have been engaging and captivating. I can assure you that all our business enthusiasts have taken a well note of it. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Startup or no startup, I think we all learned a lot from your speech today. I would like to thank our dearest Student Affairs Coordinator, Dr. Anand Kumar Sir, for his motivating words and for boosting up the crowd as always. Thank you, sir, for always being a true mentor to all the students of IP. Lastly, I would like to thank a very special person, Dr. Pratna Kumar, Coordinator Startupedia. As we believe a woman is an embodiment of a mother, teacher, leader, a friend, and many more. Ma'am has truly and undoubtedly portrayed all these roles in our 2 years of Startupedia journey. No matter what we do, where we go, your learnings will always be with us. Thank you for always pushing us ahead and providing us with the best of the best. You have been a true pillar of support, a constant inspiration, and a strong motivator for all of us throughout this journey. Like we say, every cloud has a silver lining, and I'm happy to say that you are the silver lining to Startupedia and always will continue to be so. In the end, I would like to congratulate and officially welcome all the participants of Startupedia 2023. I, on behalf of the whole team of Startupedia, am extremely honored and to host you all. This is Mansi Kapse, Student Coordinator, Startupedia. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mansi, for delivering the vision and mission of our team so efficiently. Now I request everyone to please stay back in the auditorium. The panel discussions will commence in a minute or two. Thank you, everyone.
It's a recession when your neighbor loses his job, but it's a depression when you lose your role. Greetings, everyone. I am Kajal Sharma. And I'm Shanshi Jain. And today we are here to host a panel discussion on the topic strategies for thriving in a global slowdown. A global slowdown is an extended period of economic decline and around the world as defined by the International Monetary Fund. Global growth is slowing sharply in the face of elevated inflation, higher interest rates, reduced investment, and disruptions caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, according to World Bank's latest report. Moving forward, without further ado, I would request our first panelist of the day, Mr. Ratnakar Samuvedam, to come onto the dais. I request you all to please put a huge round of applause to start. Mr. Samuvedam, who is the Investment Director and Portfolio Manager of Hyderabad Angels. The organization invests in promising early-stage companies globally to create tangible as well as intangible value. Sir is a chartered accountant as well as an IIM Bangalore alumni. He has a total of 18 years of experience in the field of corporate finance, fundraising, risk assessment, audit, and taxation. Mr. Samuvedam is an angel investor from Hyderabad. I request you, sir, to please have a seat. I would also call upon Deekshita to present sir with a bouquet. Our next panelist is Sridhar Sheshadri. He's a founder and CEO of Spotlock, an AI product company located out of India and the US. Mr. Sridhar is an UT Austin and BITS Pilani alumnus and was the first hire for Facebook Platform India. He has a vast experience under his belt from being an entrepreneur who have worked for the companies like Facebook, EA Sports, and Cognitive Scale. His industrial experience covers machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision, blockchain, cloud product architecting, ideation engineering, and product management. So I would like to Shivangi to give bouquet, honor sir with a bouquet. Moving on, our next panelist is Mr. Charan Lakkaraju, who is the founder and CEO of Stomax is an online discovery platform aimed at connecting students, faculty, and corporates around India. Stomax was also our sponsor for Startupedia 2018. He has trained more than 150,000 students till date on soft skills, interview skills, and recruitment skills. I request Deekshita to present sir with a bouquet. Our next panelist is Mr. Shubhranshu Sarkar. Mr. Shubhranshu Sarkar is a chartered accountant with 25 years of inter-industry and consultancy experience. Sir has a strong business connect for designing and embedding financial strategies for value creation and growth. He is result-oriented and committed to improve operational efficiency and profitability of businesses in a sustainable manner. He is also an advisor and mentor to startups, early-stage companies, and MSMEs. I would like Shivangi to honor sir with a bouquet. Moving forward, last but not the least, we request Ms. Vinita Wadhwani to come onto the dais. Ms. Wadhwani is a startup mentor and ecosystem enabler. She is the VP of investment at Succeed Ventures. Ms. Wadhwani is an investor and experienced professional working with micro VC firm. She is currently working on investing in startups in the health tech and fintech domain. I request Deekshita to please present ma'am with the bouquet. Our moderator for this panel discussion is Dr. Y. Ramakrishna. Dr. Krishna is currently working as a professor and program head PGDM at Institute of Public Enterprise, Hyderabad. He has over 23 years of experience in both industry and academics. For 2 short stints, he also worked as a financial analyst for leading management consulting companies based in Chicago and Texas, USA. He successfully completed 2 research projects, 1 minor and 1 major, funded by UNDP and Ethiopian Service University. Now I'd like Shivangi to honor sir with the bouquet.
Good afternoon, one all present here. I commence the panel discussion on strategies driving global slowdown. So today, when we talk about, or we see that a lot of a pessimism is surrounding us. When it is in general discussions, we talk that there is a slowdown, there is a layoffs, interest rate hike, inflation, depreciating rupee value, so and so. At the same time, we also hear about a lot of things happening in our AI, MI, or machine learning, NLP, deep tech, other things. So in the next 40 to 50 minutes, we'd like to hear from the experts who are there, who are witnessing this slowdown, or actually the question is whether this really any slowdown exists or not, and if it all, how to overcome it, and what are the suggestions that they make to the young entrepreneurs or startup ecosystem, so that there will be a progression or the strategies that we try to build. I'll start my conversation with a basic question and ask Ratnakar. Actually, according to you, is that really a recession is happening or a slowdown is happening in the startup ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you. So coming back to economics, I don't know how many really knows the economics. General business cycles, most of the time ups and downs in economics is very clearly written. Around till 2 years back, it is 10-year cycle. Now, because the scale of macroeconomic activity in India and across the world has been much, much faster. The scale has went much faster in the axis. And as predicted, because we see 2021 as a peak, they said 1981, 1991, 2002, 2011, and 2021. If you look into the history, the peaks have been hit in this particular every 10 years. In many economies, things are going about. When it hits peak and the economy slows down, the overall economy at a macro level, I think from the recessionary point of view, it is there. So already you would have seen our president of UK, many times he said that UK is in this deep recession. Biden in US, they're also undergoing recession. They never seen a fixed deposit rates of 4-5% in their lifetime. They did around 50 years back. That's what they claimed. So the recession is there at macro level. That is very clearly visible. And but surprisingly, when it comes to India, because being a consumer country with 140 crores plus, today they're saying we have crossed China in terms of population. One positive thing is all our listed entities which have declared results in the month of December, nobody has specified about slowdown in Indian continent per se. And that is one of the reasons when G20 summit has happened. I think you're all seeing G20 across every state. Wherever I'm getting down on the airport, They said, okay, now India is a country we need to pamper. We feel they wanted to pamper us. They made Modi as a president of G20 and propagate G20 in India, actually saying that India is doing well compared to other world. And in terms of growth, GDP growth, I think we are in the top 20 nations. We are doing more than 6%. We are number one compared to Israel, whatever they have seen that. So India is looking good. Overall macroeconomic is looking a little bit weak in terms of process and other things. So when it comes to funding winter, the word why it has come is, that's what the question came when you see in the newspaper that 40 billion has been invested in startups. Does Indian population has capacity to put 40 billion into the startup? It is not. And as per last 2 years statistics, Indian angels have put $2 to $3 billion. Indian domestic institution has put around $5 to $6 billion. That is $8 to $10 billion is what they quoted in the secondary markets. The rest of the money came from US, and you are all aware that China, Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, all the nearby countries which are to India, they all been not allowed to invest in the Indian subcontinent. I think after 2018, there is no single investment from Chinese subcontinent to India. It is all coming from US and Europe. Because they are not investing, large funding has come down. So technically on the statistics front, 2022 as a calendar year, India was able to do around $20 to $25 billion in funding. And funding winter is happening today, where the investment raise is around 10 million and above, 10 million US dollars. That is around 80 to 100 crore. There is little bit slowdown. This is what I am seeing.
Yeah, this recession is one on the one side of the coin, and the other side we talk about the growth in the technological business. So we have Sridhar with us. Sridhar is into deep tech. Sridhar, according to you, what opportunities that we can explore in the current slowdown? Is deep tech is really going to work out?
So, as our chief guest, Mr. Bhanu mentioned, pretty much everything is a tech play at this point of time. So there's always opportunity for the smaller investments and small ticket size and new startups to really grow. And if you're doing anything in a combination of tech, especially deep tech, for sure, by the time things settle down in like a few years, I mean, that's what even some narrative is there for European market where things would actually settle down in terms of recession. There are different agencies, different analysts like having their own analysis of how things would be tackled. But from opportunity perspective, definitely there is a lot of opportunity within India, within South Asia, Southeast Asia, MENA market. Even in the US, the companies which are pre-series, they are struggling actually raising a bigger round right now. But I feel like where the deep tech is getting evolved and where there is an investment needed for those size of tickets, I believe like there's still a lot of scope.
Yeah, now, because children, you are into student lives, and really you have an innovative product to offer. So now in ethics arena or any other places even related to student activities or bringing technology into deeper national education, what is your take? What opportunities that we see and how to survive in the market?
So currently, I think COVID has been re-put by tech like anything. That's the reason that you see like now there's a big slowdown. If someone is saying that you are tech, they don't come near you. Now that is the current situation. If people say that basic issue, as Manu was mentioning, people keep on adding tech to everything. Tech was not always like, people have overemphasized the usage of tech there. It was not needed. Now that's the reason you see everyone coming back to the normal again. Let's say you start seeing Baiju starting up offline centers. Now people started talking about blended approach. And people came back saying that, okay, you should have online, offline combination. There was a point here where they said that you don't require regular education at all. So the problem here, every other sectors were organizing an unorganized sector. Here, the sector was already organized. They wanted an acceleration. They wanted improvement of the process. So they were all enabling tech education, but they were not replacing education. The confusion was there. And now the second point is like about exorbitant valuation. I think we can reserve the topic for other question, but now EdTech has come to a kind of a realization. What is the real business there? What are the kind of a bloated numbers? For a small example, everybody has the basic financial terms called booked revenue or realized revenue are the only two terms which are the biggest two devils in the education industry. Because everybody, for a 6 years course, 7 years course, they sold the courses and they have exorbitant valuation. And people who are doing real businesses in the education, we are a profitable company, we are very happy, we are a content company, we didn't raise a venture capital at all. But there was a taboo saying that if you don't raise venture capital, you are not a startup. Now people have come back to the realization saying that it is not about your unit economics should be fine. That is a thanks to the slowdown. It's almost like you always see this quote, right? When the tides go off, you should know who are naked. It's like that's the reality now. Yeah.
So you will say that every challenge gives an opportunity. Now we have then now I have a question to Vinita. See, you are into funding, advising, and you are an investment banker also for a very long time. So Vinita, according to you, in the sense, what this thing startup can, in the sense, look at their investment approaches, in a sense, funding approaches and all. Vinita.
So for the investment, whenever we are looking at the proposals, what we clearly would want to see is, and especially in times like this, when valuations have become reasonable, and now we are talking about more about revenue and how real is the idea. What we would like to see is when the startup, which is right now at a stage where you're just discussing the idea, is when will you get to the first revenue? When will you hit that milestone? When will you hit the milestone of being cash positive and then finally profitable? So it has gone beyond the need of the market study and the need of the product, which was obviously which is the basic for any concept, but it has just gone beyond how brilliant the concept is to now how real the idea is and how can you really achieve the vision that you're setting yourself for. What we have also seen is that companies in last 2-3 years, and this is not only the portfolio companies in which we have invested, but across the board, how they have pivoted. And there can be some companies which have made major pivots to adjust for what is happening in this in the economic scenario. If the funding has become difficult, or the customers are not paying as much as they had projected, or it has become difficult to hire the tech talent. So companies have made major pivots, or even some have made minor pivots to adjust for these changes. And that is what you should be always ready for. That what you started for was in 2000, let's say if you started in 2021, what you started was good for that time, but now you have to adjust for circumstances of 2023, and you have to account for what needs to be changed in your business plan, what needs to be changed in your concept, in your thinking about handling the way. So and it implies across the board, like what was working for Byju's or for Udan in 2020, it's not working right now. So the companies have to make these adjustments, and you should always be ready for. So business plan should account for some of these things as well.
Thank you. I have questions to consider. When you organizations as a conservative reasons, now we see that the valuations are hyper valuation or high valuation, extreme valuations and all, then suddenly startups are slowing down. So how is it the startups or ecosystems, they plan their financials, their capital structure mix, and what is the role that the cost controls play?
So just before I talk on the startups, two things. One is winter. We hear this word winter in relation to funding winter. We are reading, hearing. Now I have been brought up in a city called Calcutta, which basically has a very sultry weather. And we always used to look forward to the 3 months of winter in terms of having picnics and barbecues. So it was, winter basically gave you a feeling of enjoyment and a feeling of relaxation. And one of my co-panelists also mentioned about business cycles, which are a normal phenomenon. We have crests and troughs. So winter is also a preparation if there is a winter or if there is a recession, as the report says, and as the RBI raises the repo rates and Fed also takes a hawkish stance. The startups need to prepare and restructure and think in lines of profitability. What are the needed metrics, the matrices, the runway, the cash runway they need to build up. They need to compare the CAC, the customer acquisition cost, and see it doesn't goes beyond a churn. The churn needs to be compared with the churn or the customer, the customer acquisition ratio, customer living ratio needs to be compared with the retention rate. And matrices which are useful needs to be focused on. Profitability, cash flow, and scale up are the 3 prime things which startups should keep a constant focus and a financial discipline in terms of how the runway, which is the cash available, can be properly utilized. Profitability can be enhanced. If we see the data, I think quite a substantial amount of unicorns recorded negative. A very few unicorns recorded profitability. 6 out of 42, if on the data I am correct. And regarding costs, it should be under a constant monitoring such that the profitability is never lost focus about.
Since the beauty of this panel is that we all are entrepreneurs of their own. They started the startups, and in addition to that, now they are mentoring. Now the question is, as a startups, if I have an idea, I think that I have a killing idea and I'm going to rock the world and shake the world. But as an investor, how you look at the proposals? In the sense, what is that will be there in your mind? Because for me, I think that I have a good idea. What about you when you have to fund? So this is for all of the panel members.
So I mean, it all depends on so there are 2 ways to look at it. One is like whether I am starting up and I'm going to somebody who will invest, or I'm the investor who is evaluating a startup. So if I take a neutral stance in this, you need to know who is actually evaluating your startup and whether they are the right fund, are they the strategic investors. Those are the criteria that you should look at, like when you're starting up and you're trying to raise a round. Not, as he said, like when I have a very good idea and I'm really thinking that this is a wonderful idea, I should actually go and seek funding. If you join any of the accelerator programs or any of the incubators, there is a mechanism where the mentors will train you through a process. So from the vetting of the idea, identifying the market, using simple frameworks like design thinking, lean canvas. I mean, like you have to go through some of these very basic activities. Good thing this is all available right now for masses. I mean, if I practically talk about it, 10 years ago, nobody would actually teach you all of this beyond these schools. But right now, all this information is actually being provided through these kind of incubator programs. So these are not just the frameworks and tools which you should consume for theory, but you have to apply those. You have to really see where is the market fit, where there is really a requirement, whether you will really make revenue out of this product. When is the right time when you're actually going to become profitable? I mean, ultimately, anybody who is going to invest into any business, you call it a startup, you call it a family business, you call it a kind of venture, whatever you call it, everybody is doing it for making profits. So if you are building something which will get profitable in X number of years, you really need to be clear about some of those things, how it would be, how would certain things work. You might not have 100% clarity, but that's where the role of mentors would come into it. So the mentors would actually come, they'll teach you about certain things, certain new dimensions. Probably you might be looking at the wrong market. You might have a great product which would really work well, say in Turkey, but it might not like work in India. You go to certain global mentors and they'll tell you like this is the right market, you should go there and pitch this particular thing to so-and-so investors, or maybe like so-and-so capital firms, or maybe VCs. I mean, even going to which particular investor is like an important decision. Do you go to an angel investor? Do you go to a large incubator which is actually giving you government funding? It all depends. That's where I think like some experts who are CA and they know subject in and out. I mean, they will really coach you on some of those things. So I mean, it's a big complex mechanics practically, but that's where the whole mentorship really comes into play. You need to get to use all the concepts that you know, and then you need to go to the right mentors, ask right questions, be a little more prepared before you really jump into it.
So I think the question what you asked, fundamentals has not been changed. The first and foremost questions as an angel, what is the problem you are trying to solve? This is the first question many people will ask in your pitch deck. That is the first pitch deck we look at. What is the problem you guys are trying to solve? And second thing is, what is the solution you are bringing in? It is very, very critical. What is the problem statement? What is the solution? What is the third thing we look at very critically from the investment point of view, sir, is the market is large, is market is small? We've seen many people come with an idea or problem statement where market is very small. They're not large enough actually. They're not large enough. For example, somebody is trying to solve a small problem in agriculture, creating a machine to take care of 1 acre of land or a 2 acre of land. We feel that market is very small, though they say India has more than 40 lakhs acres to be taken care, but very difficult. But when you speak about farm to fork in agri-tech, where the pulses and the things are purchased and sell it, the volumes are very, very high because they have seen turnovers have grown 10,000 crores plus. This is where. So technically, who is called as a unicorn? Very clear, please understand. A company is called unicorn if you make 1,000 crores of revenue. Does your problem statement and solution is helping you to take 1,000 crores of revenue? If it is yes, it's good. If it's not happening, you are a run-of-the-mill company for most of us. It doesn't matter what you guys are trying to do, trying to solve a small problem. And fourth thing, as you said, Banu also said, and we are discussing about tech. Why tech? Do you understand why people think about tech? Today, technology is the important character in managing billions of transactions. All these previous years, people used to manage what are offline transactions, people used to write, people used to understand. But all the people who are born after 1991, they're all digital savvy people. They are the purchasers of startup products, nobody else. People are 40 plus. I personally see people who cross 40 years and above, they only purchase items which are must to have. Please understand. They're not good to have or great to have product. It is a must. If you ask me, I purchase only items which I need. I don't purchase what startups are bringing. 40 and 60 and above, it is convenience for them. Who are buying the startup products? It is between 20 to 40 years of age. They're excited, they wanted to experience it. And these people are available only on the digital, on the internet. How do you reach? Technology plays an important role. Understood why technology people are calling very important? That doesn't mean products are seen negative, but technology plays a bigger. And finally, are you a first mover? This particular thesis for last 20 years, there is no change. If somebody is coming with an exciting, they have to look into these 5-6 parameters. Are we meeting or not? Then you come back and ask for money from the angels. Thank you.
So majority of the times, I think sir covered majority of the point, but there's one point which I keep saying. A lot of students come to me, the student startups, because being in the domain, they read some content online, they say that you have to have a first slide as a problem statement, but they have a solution first, so they create a problem. And that's where the pseudo problems start popping up. They're not a problem which is accepted by many, but they have a solution, so they create a problem and they pitch a startup. That's why because that's not accepted by real people as a problem. That's the first basic problem, that you have to do a proper research, whether is someone ready to pay for your service or not. Second, the moment deep tech and all these things got popular, there's a phase. There are certain set of people, 1 year they'll say IoT, second year they'll immediately, these are like the typical training institutes. Well, every year they understand the theme, and it's good to put in these conferences, right? Like the time. Now everyone is talking about ChatGPT. But yesterday I was just talking to someone, immediately he said, you were doing something in the blockchain, right? No, we are doing it in AI now. I asked him why. Suddenly I remember that you are doing something in the blockchain space. No, because no one is accepting Web3 now. The investors are not ready to invest, so we should change our business into AI model. So a lot of people don't try to solve a real problem. They try to solve a pseudo problem, or they go with the trend. The second thing, the first mover advantage, Ratnakar has mentioned about it. It's like the person's ability is the most important thing, what a lot of investors check. A lot of people, there are exciting ideas. They come with, I was talking to my good friend Pawan, who is the founder of Skyroot. A lot of students come up to him and they said that I create a satellite, I want to do this. We said like, nobody is investing in us, sir. We had similar ideas like what you had. We also wanted to launch a rocket, but nobody was ready to invest. Otherwise, I would have launched the Skyroot. But the issue here is the Pawan worked in ISRO. He had a domain experience. He has the connects, or he can execute that idea is what investors look at. You can pitch an idea, I can pitch an idea, sir can pitch an idea, anybody can pitch, three of us can pitch the same idea, but who is he the right person to execute that idea is the second quality a lot of investors check. His background, his connects and stuff. It's not that, okay, fine, tomorrow if I go and say I'll do a Web3 idea, it's not acceptable because I don't know what it is. Either I should have a co-founder who has good credentials, who has that capacity to do something. And the third point, which I keep talking, don't just start a company to raise money. A lot of people feel that it is a birthright to raise funds itself is the whole thing. And I know there's a very funny student. I keep getting these encounters. They're very good bloopers for me to enjoy. Someone walked up to me and said, sir, I have the same credit idea, sir. Like where we pay credit card. That idea doesn't work. But why that guy is getting raising money again and again? I said, he sold a company first. A lot of people should understand some of the ideas should not be the first startup ideas. They are invested because there is second startup idea. It's not about what you know, it's about whom you know. Matters a lot when you are getting invested. When Byju's raised a big round of funding from Sequoia, it means that in Sequoia also Byju's student was there as an analyst. Because that guy was producing so many students to all the IIMs, and from IIM they get into these VC firms. When his idea went there, he said, sir, I'm your student. This was a story which was shared by Divya once time when the portfolio managers or the other guys were his ex-students. So there was no validation about the person there. The first validation level is done. It is all about the project projections. And these days, anybody can project anything. So these are the few traits that someone should observe when you are raising money.
So basically, I will speak on from two angles. One is from the startup or from the investor perspective, what they basically like to look in a startup when investing. So basically what generally investors look in a startup is three things: profitability, scale up, and cash flow. If you start up with whatever problem statement ideas, the team you have is profitable, can be profitable, if it can generate a cash flow, and it can scale up. If these three things are there, it becomes a commercial venture. Otherwise, I think all these problem statements are basically hobbies. And from just from the 2 minutes, and from the point of view of the startups, before a funding round, you really need to understand that whether you need the funds and what kind of investors you should go with. I mean, in terms of need of funds, you need to analyze, you need to understand what's your short-term and long-term strategy, whether you have the money, because funding, every money is at a cost. So whether I need the money or I can use friends and family to scale up to a certain extent where I can get a better. All these things need to be looked into. And you need a trio which has to be well aligned with you. Your employees, your investors, you need a strategic investor who can support you throughout your growth. And that's how you choose an investor.
So a lot of points have been covered. Since I'm speaking last, I'll touch upon the points which have not been mentioned. The first being, I mean, when you're pitching at these kind of platforms, you can go with an idea. But when you're pitching to investors and when you want to raise funding, you should go, even when you're raising your first fund, seed fund, you should go with a minimum viable product, MVP, because without the MVP, nobody is going to believe that you have done anything to actually achieve the idea. So without the MVP, I would not suggest that you should go for funding. The second being product market fit. So what does that mean is that you at least have one customer who has validated that this product works for them, that they will pay for this product. Now, sometimes like in scenarios like right now, where we see that funding is becoming a problem, investors are not upfront, funding unless you have started your revenues. These customers, in fact, sometimes become your first set of investors as well. Either they pay you for the paid pilots, or they convert, they buy equity eventually, which will help the company to be able to service service this customer. So you should at least go, when you're doing your fundraising, you should go with a product market fit, that you have this customer who has agreed for a paid pilot, or who has agreed to pay you over the course of next 6 to 12 months. So these two things are very, very important when going for a funding. The third one is team, and I guess somebody mentioned you should go with some experience in the domain that you are looking at executing. So even if you as a student founder don't have that domain experience, maybe you can get somebody on board who believes in your vision and who comes with the domain experience. So building this whole team in itself is from different people come from different experiences, people come different set of abilities. Somebody has marketing ability, somebody has product and tech ability. So this is how you will be able to complete a team which is ready for the achieving the vision. So I think these are the three things which were not mentioned.
Thank you. Generally, before leaving, I have one more question for you. one quick question. You left your lucrative job and got into a startup. At that point of time, do you have any plan Bs? I'm saying not only plan B, plan Bs as well. I think IT was one plan B. If you fail in a, I went to say B school MBA. I come from a very conservative family. Father was a government school teacher and he retired. So no businessman in the family, and it was very tough to convince him. So it was 2013, I was having a nice job in Infosys, was about to travel to US on my H1. So I thought the moment if I go to H1 in a typical upper middle class family, you will not be allowed to come back. And you have to buy a house, you have to get into the vibe of the EMIs. So then I wrote my GMAT, I got it a seat in ISB. Then I've shown him that I can crack these schools, I can get a job, but if I fail in a startup in 18 months, I have a great statement of purpose. I can apply for any Ivy League B school in US. So let me fail in 18 months. And it's been 8 years now. So it's like I'm not yet failed, but it's at least I'm surviving, if not thriving. So the first concern was that. It was all about the convincing factor was always don't try to tell that I'll build a unicorn in next 1 year. I'll try to do this. They don't understand it. So when you're negotiating with people, it is about how practically you talk. So my plan B was to convey to people. I always feel that subconscious mind always has a plan B, but don't get into business with a plan B. Because that sometimes what happens is like those plan Bs are so comfort zones that it will not allow you to work or go to the extreme limit. So I had this, the reason why I said 2 years was my GMAT score will expire. And the moment if it expires, I know what I have to do. But I thank IT and Startupedia for the opportunity. Apologies, I had to rush to some other meeting. That's the reason I was requesting Krishna earlier. Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Yeah, then another along with this year, the same left his job and started startup. Now, whenever we start business, we always start with an optimism, saying that anyways you are going to achieve a success. Now, obviously, in a way, maybe you have faced many difficulties, challenges, or you failed sometime. I'm not saying reasons for a failure, but I want to know how you celebrated your failure.
Oh, I mean, it's a really lovely question. When you are getting into entrepreneurship, just ready to be a punch bag, and you need to know how to bounce back every next day. So the thing is like, you get punched, you fail, you need to know how to again bounce back. So next morning again, you get up with the same enthusiasm and you feel like, okay, I'm going to try something little different this time. So, I mean, like I'll just share a very relevant first story and like what I've gone through. So when I started all of this with Spotlock, I never worked with government departments ever. My co-founder, like he comes with very good network and connects, and he has been onto the other side of that bit. I worked with like all corporate jobs and dealing with like bureaucrats and the system and everything was like a cultural shock for me, like how things would work like in the Western world versus in India. So I mean, like for me, it took like 1.5 years to figure out some of those things, those transitions, those changes. I mean, like it was not literally a failure, but again, you go, you wait, you spend whole days meeting the bureaucrats, the relationship has to be built. Then you get to hear stories where people just have written off projects after projects for 5 years, 3 years. Then they tell you as a startup, you should never attempt for those kind of things. And, but you know, as Bhanu was also mentioning this, you have to be patient like in this whole game. So there were different streams that we opened up apart from the government bit of it. There were private projects from the Western world that we picked up, something from European region that we picked up that really helped us sustain through. We did well. But again, funny thing, like if I have to put a valuation that we recently received for the company around 60 million USD, I would say the major contributor to the revenue right now is all the government projects that we have done in the last 3 years. But my first 2-3 years on that journey was really very painful. So the point is, you need to be patient when you are picking up certain things. You need to have right set of partners. You need to have right set of co-founders working with you on that bit. Failure is only failure if you give up. That's the only takeaway I have with that. The patience really helped me continue with the whole bit. There were other co-founders, some of them left out in the journey. They were not patient enough. They had other situations. Whereas God was kind enough. I had that kind of backing. I could stay onto that journey, and it really worked out well for us. So patience definitely works in your favor.
Thank you. I have a question on Ratnagar. So as who is heading governing this, so you come across not many pitches, and when you make a suggestions to the, in the sense, the pitcher, so how actually they react, or they receive your pitches and revise, or simply they are stuck on to their idea? How actually it works?
No. See, most of the time, startup founders who are at early stage means somebody is doing small revenue, somebody is doing MVP. They are very proactive whenever we come to session. Somebody is doing maybe 1 crore of revenue. Their arguments, I see a lot of arguments there actually. Because we were only suggesting from the market perspective and competitor perspective, how the competitor is reacting and what is reacting. And we look into the cash flow, where really the cash flow will go wrong. For example, I don't quote any startup name here, but we were telling that a particular geography, for example, if you take Hyderabad geography, it has a limitation in growth. Beyond that, the growth will be limited to 5%, 8% growth. But if you move the product from one geography to another geography, the initial 1 year, the growth will be more than 100%. We are telling change your geography from one location to other location so that the revenue will get doubled up instead of investing heavily in the organic, because the existing geography should be organically growing on the brand. And other thing he has to invest. But he was saying, no, I want to invest in Hyderabad. Hyderabad has a lot of capacity and other thing. After 1.5 years, when he came back, he said, sir, what you said is right. Because the existing money you could have used in other geography, the investors would have seen better. And he would have learned what other geography issues are there, because he knows his homegrown. So we see that issues are happening with many startup founders who has done decent revenue and seen some kind of scale. They're not willing to accept. That doesn't mean we don't invest, and we invest in that startups, because we always say 3 things from HA very clearly, which is adopted from a lot of good things would happen in the VC world. Why people need to come to HA? It is, we say value beyond capital. That's why we said, can we give our experience to them from our members? Second thing is, can we provide some expertise on their weaknesses, whether they can able to. Third thing is, HA always has, being a non-profit organization, we are empathizing the entrepreneurs. It is not that we will hit them hard. We understand. I thank a lot of my investors and HA members who have been. They said he is closing down as an entrepreneur. We're okay. Let him take a call. He wanted to move on. It's okay. He wants some help in bridge around, some kind of connects with a lot of. See, not today for us. A lot of startups will come and say, Ratnagar, being an HA, you have to connect to other people. I said, I can open the door. It is not that if I ask either, I have one startup, I am sending it to you, and maybe this product is useful. It is his convention to Sridhar whether it is relevant for his company to get it done. I can't recommend Sridhar, we have to use it. A lot of times we say it is very difficult. However, yes, maybe Sridhar is busy, don't listen, don't have wanted time actually. Since Ratnagar called as a friend and as a HA director, he respects our Ratnagar Ganta Bejo, I will see. But that 1 hour is very critical for him to do. That's what we are telling startup. Recommendation is not positive. It is your selling capability is very. We see that.
Thank you. Vinita, earlier you were with the Succeed, now with IHG and also with T-Hub. So you were coming across with a lot of AI related or now NLP related deep tech proposals for you. So these are all the tech guys who comes to you without any sound financial or business model. So how is it you handle them in a sense? What kind of mentoring that you do to them?
So yes, there are circumstances when there are tech founders who come with very basic knowledge of financial numbers and about the performance. Then there is a lot of mentoring that we actually help them understand, what is the matrices that they should be focusing on. And especially in the last 2 years, where we have seen our portfolio companies also with, good financial knowledge go through this, phase of not handling cash properly. So we work with them and make sure that we have good monthly information, packages coming from them. Help them in understanding what the numbers that they should focus on, what are the ratios that they should focus on, where they should spend and where they should be conservative. So it should not be that that the growth should come at any cost. The growth has to come efficiently. So a lot of hand-holding and mentoring, and especially that is what even the startups expect from a seed fund, from a micro VC, right? Where they are not only looking at us as a financial check, but they are also looking at helping these startups wading through the first 2-3 years of growth, where there are a lot of challenges as well. So it's almost like a curve of ups and downs that the first 3-4 years of in any startup. So we support them with a lot of financial knowledge, a lot of market knowledge, and even sometimes it's as simple as a shoulder to cry on when things are not going well. We hear them out. We provide the best advice that we can, but at sometimes you just have to go through that phase of negativity, but eventually emerge out of it. So we always tell them to, think of the silver lining, look at the end of the tunnel. Things are not going to be sad and bad all the time. It's also a phase of life and you'll come out of it. So, sometimes it's also emotional and motivation, that we provide.
Thank you. Yes. So we are running out of time. Just on 1 hour past, as team came and told that we are already 1 hour. I don't feel that we spent a 1 hour time here in a panel discussion. But one thing that, in the sense, to conclude this discussion, what we had, one thing that I say is whether it is a recession is there, slowdown is there, or at the same time you have opportunities also. Now, as as Ratna was mentioning, this venture funding is there, startups they are ready to fund. Vinta is suggesting that what is that they're looking to? Still, their proposals are coming, they are ready to fund. And even someone comes with an idea, they are ready to mentor. And as Sarkar was telling that, it is the profitability or cost efficiencies which the startups has to pay attention. And Sridhar mentions high valuations or not bad, but failure is there, failure will be there, and you have to recollect. I recollect my days where we started with Harshad Mehta, maybe now. Business is again a familiar. When during my college days, we are fascinated about it. In the sense, risk hai to ishq hai. In the sense, that's how and whenever you are an entrepreneur, we say that you have to accept the failure. Failures will be there, but you should not stop with the failure. As Chir was mentioning, and even Bond was mentioning, patience is what an entrepreneur requires. So these cycles, Ratnakar was mentioning, for every decade we have a cycle. So these recessions, slowdowns, they come and go. But if you have that skill and ability, or you have patience to survive, and you're ready to take it, risk, these people are there all to help you out. So thank you for being with us, sir. Thank you for spending your time. Thank you, Vinita. Thank you, Sukar. Thank you, Ratnakar, sir. Thank you, Sridhar. Thank you very much. Thank you for the audience.
I request Padmakar sir to present Mr. Shubhranshu Sarkar with a memento as a token of the appreciation. I would now request Shri Jyoti ma'am to come onto the dais to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Sridhar sir. I request Venkateshwar Rao sir to present Miss Vinita Badwani with a memento as a token of appreciation. I would like to thank all the esteemed panelists for their insightful words. Now, I would like to call upon Sayesh Reddy to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we conclude this enlightening discussion on strategies for thriving in a global slowdown, I'm honored to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of my entire team. I would like to express my deepest gratitude for your presence and support during this session, sir. I thank our panelists, Mr. Charan, Mr. Sridhar, Mr. Ratnakar, Mrs. Vinita, Mr. Shubhranshu, and our dearest Professor Ramakrishna, sir, for sharing their expertise and knowledge with us. Your contributions have been invaluable, and we have gained a great deal of insight from your presentations. Thank you and have a great day.
Many new techniques have been developed to ease our daily life. Artificial intelligence. ChatGPT is one of the most popular AI tools currently being developed and being used across the globe. Is it the next big thing in the world? The answer to this question will be put into words by our esteemed guest speaker today, Mr. Miraj Fahim. Mr. Fahim is a serial entrepreneur who started first as a student entrepreneur He founded India's first coding bootcamp, the Hacking School, acquired by iCollege Australia. He founded India's first student-focused startup incubator, Adventure Park. Miraj is an innovation fellow with Government of Telangana. He also consults with various state governments primarily to help them set up incubation centers and maker spaces. He's passionate about education, technology, and student entrepreneurship. Now let us welcome Mr. Miraj with a huge round of applause. I request Ms. Shivangi to present the bouquet, sir. Speed is all yours, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I just get a good afternoon back?
Good afternoon.
All right, you guys are live and kicking. Okay, thank you so much, IB, for having me. Before I get started with the most hyped topic in the world right now at the moment, and before we get started with the whole, joining the trend kind of thing, a little bit of context. Why am I here and why am I talking about it? I'm Miraj, you heard my introduction, but what qualifies me to stand here is I am a self-taught coder. I coded for about 8-9 years. I started India's first coding bootcamp in 2013, sold that company in 2019 to iCollege Australia. After that, I did Code for India Foundation, which is a not-for-profit initiative to teach the underprivileged with coding education. I believe in code literacy, and I believe code has the power to change the quality of life for the majority of the challenge part of the world. Having said that, let's get started. So when I was connected to Dr. Pratna for the session, Anubhav is a very dear friend of mine, and we got started with would you take a session on this one? Just 2 days ago, I had posted a tweet saying ChatGPT has become an off-topic for me, and anybody talking about ChatGPT, I'm out of that conversation. And then comes this invite, and then like you have to do it, and I'm here. So I took a little bit of help from ChatGPT itself to for my presentation, you can see, and I did this very basic thing. I told it that I'm invited to give a talk on ChatGPT, and what do you think I should talk about? I'm not sure if you guys can actually read, but you will see what it told me. Briefly explain what ChatGPT is and how it works. Discuss the potential applications of ChatGPT. Explain how ChatGPT is trained. Discuss the limitations and challenges. So kind of it to talk about its own challenges and limitations, right? And some examples of how ChatGPT is used in the real world. And more importantly, what not to say about ChatGPT. Don't oversell ChatGPT. How many of you think ChatGPT is being oversold right now? Absolutely, I believe that too. And it's not just me. You guys know who's the founder of, who's the CEO of ChatGPT? Louder, please. I need constant affirmations from you guys to tell me that you guys are awake. Sam Altman, yes, right? So Sam himself told this. ChatGPT at the moment is slightly oversold. Don't give false promises about ChatGPT, what it can do, and don't forget to address any ethical concerns. 3 very important aspects of how artificial intelligence can technically penetrate your lives and change it for good, right? We're going to touch a little bit of, all these things throughout the presentation. And then we try to play a little bit with this one, right? I said, let's take it a step forward and ask it to generate the whole presentation itself, because why not? Who would want to spend, whole day creating a presentation that you have to go and give in an hour? Yes. Here comes the question. How many of you are interested in a presentation that is created by an AI? That's the thing. This is what we're talking about. AI is all, sorted at the moment, as sorted as it can be at the moment to help us. But how much of it are we willing to take is the big question. This is OpenAI's office. This was day one when these guys sat down and decided they want to build whatever, technically they built. And a little bit over 3 years, they are where they are right now with ChatGPT, with the whole hype. But the fact is, ChatGPT is not the only product that OpenAI built. Anybody in the auditorium who can name 2 more products by OpenAI? There are 5 and more, but I just need 2 more. Anyone? No? Beautiful. So we are talking about world's best AI company with a portfolio of 5 and more products, doing a very bad job at marketing all its products, and what the world knows is only one, ChatGPT. Now, you have to do a mental math and ask where it's headed and what are we liking and why are we liking it, okay? Before we move forward, how many of you know the full form of ChatGPT? 1, 2. Can you just say it out louder for the audience?
Generated
Transformer. Generative pre-trained transformer is what ChatGPT stands for. Now, the fact here is, it's pretty technical and a very solid system that technically is designed to be to adopt all the human faculties, right? Of thinking, analyzing, and processing and giving us outcomes, right? That will technically help us do more and do good. We will see where it's headed. I have a slight issue with ChatGPT, and I'm not going to be technical. If you guys want me to be technical, please let me know, and we can dig into the whole how it's trained, the data feeding, the LLM, the neural networks bit. We can talk about that, right? How its recurring neural network works, or what kind of neural network and what kind of algorithms goes into it. I have kept it as applied. I want to talk about the applications of it. I want to talk about the goods and the not so good parts of it. But if you guys want to digress a little bit, please let me know, and I'll be more than happy to get into that. Now, my most important concern here is not just with AI, but with technology as a whole. How many of you here can remember or recall more than 20 phone numbers from your phone directory? 20 plus, 1 and 2, 3. These are the numbers. The problem is AI is developing and we are going back to the ape age, right? And it's a fact, if you don't use it, you lose it. You go and ask your mom, you go and ask your dad, you go and ask your grandparents, and you will see they remember not just phones, numbers, full length names, but also addresses of probably all your 200, 300 relatives. This is what they can do, okay? But with the advancement of technology, with our dependencies on technology growing day by day, with internet penetrating in our life and so-called simplifying our life, making it more convenient, what have we done? We have stopped using our natural faculties in incremental order. And as we keep moving forward, the more and more we depend on your devices, robots, now AI. Imagine what are we going to do? Right? Maybe you'll soon stop moving around thanks to all the deliveries. You'll stop using your legs, and we know it for a fact that muscles degenerate if you don't use. And this holds true for all kinds of muscle. The brain muscle, your body muscle, all kinds of muscles, right? You don't use it, you lose it. Uber is probably my most favorite app. Before Uber, what do you have to do? Call the cab driving company, book, negotiate, right? And then wait for them to come. You go, you talk, you engage with another human being. Uber has actually substantially eliminated the whole conversation bit. Yes? And how many of us like it? I love it. All of us probably love it. But the problem here is, thanks to that, we now have cut down on our skill to initiate a conversation with another stranger, with another human being. And I'm a crazy introvert, and I hate it. Earlier, I used to be like, at least auto right? Now I think 200 times before I'm talking or trying to initiate a conversation, right? So I'm talking about our human skills degenerating thanks to the generative pre-trained transformers that have taken over our lives. So you have to start thinking in this direction of how much of it do you really want it in your lives. I am a very strong proponent of technology, let me tell you. That's my bread and butter. I run a coding bootcamp for a living. We are India's largest coding bootcamp. We host students from more than 12 countries in the world and all that. So please don't take me wrong when I'm saying you have to understand and maybe put a limit on how much of technology you want in your life. And maybe it's coming from me, getting to look at code from really closer horizons where I can maybe, experience the power of code in another dimension. You get my point? So this is what I'm talking about, you versus tech versus AI. And the more we talk about this, the more we start enjoying it, the more we are going to degenerate what we already have. And I'm very, 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 very scared for ourselves, right? I'm scared for us as a human race. We cannot, afford our brains degenerating. This is not, a degenerative tale that we can live without. Can we live without a brain, without a thinking brain? Yes. How many of you would like to outsource your thinking power to an AI system? You want to? Trust me, you don't want to. Trust me, you don't want to. Because the data feed that trains these systems is totally screwed, right? And like human beings, it can be biased. It is biased, in fact. I would go a step forward and say it technically is biased. It only gives you results based on what it is fed, what it is taught, okay? I also run an incubation center where validating ideas is a very important aspect of the whole incubation program, right? We make our founders run around trying to validate their ideas. And when you're validating an idea, right, the most important thing that I teach them is the art of taking feedback, right? You go, you talk to a few people about your idea, then you hear them saying good things, bad things, great things, not so great things about your idea. You come back all, crazy happy or crazy dejected, crazy sad about whatever they told about you or your idea. You cannot let everybody's and anybody's comments affect you, feedbacks affect you, right? That's where the art of taking feedback comes in picture. You have to understand the person who's giving you feedback is giving you feedback based on his background, experience, his understanding of your idea, okay? I'm not saying necessarily he is right or wrong. What you have to do is be able to put your brain to what that person is giving you and take what you can. Take what you can apply, take what is relevant and what you think can help you move forward. And that's an incremental process. Very, 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 very extremely subjective feedback loop, right? But then if you blindly start picking up ideas from everywhere, and if you happen to be in India, फिर तो मुश्किल है. क्योंकि इंडिया में advisors are free and everywhere. Yes, you go wait in a queue and start a conversation with your with a guy next to you, and he will have all kinds of advices for your career, for your marriage, for your relationship, for your health, everything. Am I right? Is this just me or you guys agree with me?
Yes.
This is what we are talking about, art of taking feedback. You cannot just let anybody and everybody affect your algorithm, right? But this is exactly where this algorithm also screws up. It only gives you the results based on the data that it's fed with. So if you want to manipulate the results, you know what you have to do. You keep feeding it the data, you keep feeding it with data that you want it to think in that direction. And one day you will see this innocent little AI becoming a beast that is biased. You getting me? So you cannot just use it directly. You cannot just outsource your brain to it. These are 4 other OpenAI products: DALL-E, Whisper, Alignment, and of course, ChatGPT. OpenAI has been around for about 3 odd years now. They've been doing the great job. In fact, all the who's who of Silicon Valley have pledged more than $1 billion 3 years ago, wanting to build AI and wanting to move the world to AI. They strongly believe, and I'm talking about the likes of Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, etc. They have funded this project since day 0, and now it has taken this shape. And you guys might have heard about Microsoft merging with OpenAI merging with Microsoft, right? And do you guys know what they did with it? What they launched? Yes. Which, according to me personally, as a technocrat, I believe is the most strongest AI move that we ever saw. Why? We'll see. So this is what I was talking about, right? It looks like most of that engagement is coming from AI generated traffic. Who's consuming it? Why will we consume it? Do we want to consume? And this is exactly the answer you guys gave me when I asked you, would you guys be interested in the presentation created by AI? Technically not. And that is what we have to keep on our minds. Yeah, internet is a very fun place to get carried away. And that's exactly how we define virality. That's exactly how we define things growing exponentially. But then we also have to understand what is running it, the motive behind it, and where it's headed. A little bit of about it. Maybe most of you know this, but this is exactly how it works. It's fed with data, it's processed, and it's and there's the output. Basically works on NLP. What's NLP? Natural language processing. Yes, right. So it's very important for us to understand the role that NLP plays in AI as a technology. If NLP ceases to exist, the media, right, or the channel to train your algorithms, or the ability of computers or machines to understand human language and then give results in human language will cease to exist, which is extremely important. We are talking about human-computer interaction, right? And NLP facilitates it to the greatest level possible. And with all the advancements, we are now sitting at a point where everything has become predictive, which means the machine can now go beyond the data that beyond the question that you're going to ask them, and actually maybe end up giving you results, which, by the way, is a very beautiful thing. I have listed down, I thought, and I have listed down a few use cases, applications of where we could possibly be using it to positively contribute to pushing the human race forward, but I'm not sure about it. I don't know. This is the progress it has made, but then the most important column is the last one. What you have to understand is it is an iterative process. it will only get better with time. The more we use it, the better it gets. Now, what does that mean? How many of you have read about, Google's AI screwing things up for Google? Bard, yes. How many of you like the name Bard? Can't hear you. You like it? Bard is nice. Okay, one. Nobody else? Okay, how many of you don't like it? I'm just wanting to make you guys work, please. Sessions after lunch are the most difficult sessions. Yes, I don't like it too. And I think, and a lot of people have opinions on the internet, and a lot of people thought, this is a very, Google launched it in Reflex, and maybe, it wasn't ready to do this, and that's exactly where it ended up screwing. So the problem here was, it wasn't fed and trained with enough data sets, data points to train the model, and it screwed up. But the fact is, I read it yesterday. Startupedia has requested all the engineers in the world to, use Bard on daily basis so that it gets trained and produces better results. How cool is that? Not very, right? What we have to understand is this cannot happen, in a day's time or a week's time or a month's time or a year's time. What we have to understand is it took it this long, and this happened organically. ChatGPT wasn't, shoved down our throats. They did not push us to use it. We tried using it, and all of us saw what all we used it for: creating poems, creating, content, asking it, lame and stupid jokes, and all of that. And now I'm very, I very strongly believe that, we are making it more dumb than smart with all the data, all the kind of data that we are feeding it. But as a human being, looking at AI as a competitor, I'm happy a little bit. Maybe, we'll push it back a little bit. But I know for a fact that we cannot push it long enough. This is the dependency that I'm, really scared of. Right? This is what I meant when I asked you, would you be happy outsourcing your CPU to AI? Trust me, who didn't want to? So this is what it cost Google to release, a half-baked cake in the market, and it definitely pinched Sundar a little bit, and he wasn't happy, and that's exactly where they, changed a lot of things, and it was a knee-jerk reaction. Google has been in the news for all the negative reasons, and there was the layoff, and then this, and there are so many other things happening. Right? Investors are not happy, the stakeholders are not happy, employees are not happy, and now eventually, people who started using this, the users are not happy. Prior to all of this, if you look at Google, the dream company, it's as good as, even better, than government job, right? Once a Googler, always a Googler, was the saying. Okay, literally you live a free life for the rest of your life. Everything is paid for: your food, your laundry, your you can draw, your child's education is sponsored, right? And if you die on duty, your spouse gets pension, blah, 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 blah. The benefits at Google that I'm talking about. But then investors did not like it, they want to increase the profitability, and then all of this started happening. The question here is the case that we talked about, right? Too big to fail. Is that even true? Which makes me slightly happy. I don't want to sound mean, but it technically makes me happy as a founder, as an entrepreneur, as a proponent of entrepreneurship and innovation, as someone who runs an incubation center as well. I'm very happy. This makes it a level playing field for everybody to come in, build things with your mind and hearts in the right place, things that people like, things that can help people, things that can simplify our lives, right, and improve the quality of our lives. This is a meme that one of our incubating companies created. How many of you like this name better than Bard? Come on, show of hands, please. Yeah, we're going to recommend them this one. We did this when Google launched Bard AI. We really think Pitch I suits better. So this is what it has boiled down to. Okay. Now, technically speaking, there should be only two columns because Bing has merged with OpenAI, and Microsoft's. This was Microsoft's master move. But then let's take a step back. Can anybody in the audience tell me what was Microsoft's biggest failure till date? What did Microsoft miss out on? Maybe let me give you some context. And let's keep it, interactive, please. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be, stupid and sound stupid and lame. No problem. Nobody's going to judge you. Let's call ourselves level 1 AI. We're getting trained. Microsoft technically ruled the operating system business in the world. Yes. Majority of the desktops, majority of the computers, personal computers that come out in the market were loaded with Microsoft's OS, right? Was the DOS and the Windows and all of that. Yes. What was the next most obvious thing that Microsoft should have looked at where it failed? Smartphones, yes. Exactly, right? Mobile operating system is what we would think in the hindsight. This is obvious. How can you not think about it? But you know what Microsoft, Bill Gates said? You're all foolish enough to be thinking that whatever we are doing right now is the most important thing that we need to be doing right now. And that keeps our lives going. Think about it. We are doing what we think we should be doing at this point in time right now. So when Microsoft said no to the mobile OS thing, it said it felt it was, maybe not worth its time. Maybe it was focusing on something else. And Microsoft always had this pain of not making it big on internet, right? First, Google ruled the whole search business. And then Facebook came in, ruled the advertising and the social media business. And so many other companies, right? They continued to do it. Getting my point? So Microsoft was always sad and hurt about the whole thing. And when this happened, it did not waste any time. Sorry, even with the WhatsApp thing, right? Microsoft failed to be on our phones. Now, with this thing, Microsoft did not waste any time. Satya Nadella just reached out to Sam Altman and said, we are all in and we want to make it big. You understand what all in means? Microsoft would put all the resources, all the money, all the brains that it has, and it will have to make this thing the biggest thing that was ever built. You understand the commitment? You understand how serious this is? And that's exactly where they combine OpenAI with Bing, and now the whole world is, going crazy over the new search engine / browser called Bing. Another reason for Google to be very, 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 very scared. Yes? What will happen if this works out for Microsoft? Yes. Next one. So I'm almost at the end of my presentation, and this is what I very strongly believe. Okay, this is my thought process, and I would like you guys to think about it and let me know if this makes sense or not. Right? You and I cannot be doing things that machines can do. You and I can't compete with machines, can we? We can't, and we should not. We should stop competing with machines. Instead, you and I should put our minds to make machines do things that we can't. right? And coexist. This is what we're talking about. A lot of people are going to talk about, how we are going to lose jobs and this and that. That's inevitable. That is going to happen. And I'm not saying this, on very lightly. I'm not taking this very lightly. I'm saying this with, very, I empathize with the whole thing. But the problem here is, if we are not going to work and use our irreplaceable parts, we are going to be replaced. That is the whole point. So again, I asked GPT about the use cases of it, and I did not like the use cases that GPT gave for ChatGPT. It said chatbots, personal assistants, content generation, language translation, and sentiment analysis. How fancy. And what I think ChatGPT or GPT and OpenAI could be used for is predictive healthcare, where your device using your data can tell you what is about to happen and maybe prevent it, right? Predictive, preventive healthcare. This is totally doable. Predictive cyber and information security. The cyber attacks in the world are growing. This is a primary tool of terrorists through which they gain access to information, and they, do whatever they do, right? Now, with the smartness of AI, we can make machines do things that we can't, right? Predictive. Psychology. Yes, the population of the world is increasing. There are more people. The problem is there's no connection, right? Maybe AIs can be, better companions, because they would know what you don't want to hear, and maybe what you should know and hear, and give you that feedback. And since you're going to talk to a machine, you will be less judgmental about, the person who's going to give you feedback, right? And at max, if you hate it, you can at least break your phone. Yeah. Marketing, making marketing more consuming, interesting. Production and distribution. We all understand the disparity in distribution of oil, food, and electricity. Maybe we can sort it. So this was the tweet that I was talking about. I was sick and tired of people talking about ChatGPT, and this is what I said. ChatGPT has become an anti-topic to me now. You talk about it, I am out. This was in Jan, and then 2 days later, I got invited to this talk to talk about ChatGPT. Now, why did I not say no to it? Why I did not say no to it is because I would rather bet on ideas and educate myself rather than sit on the sidelines and watch it grow and miss out on the trend. So my whole idea of coming to IPE and sharing what I have on my mind about ChatGPT or GPT or AI as a whole is wanting to invite you guys to think, ideate on what you could be using this for, right? Constructively. And I would like to open my doors for ideas for incubation and investment. If anybody on your campus has ideas, my incubation center at Adventure Park, we are more than happy to talk to you, figure out how to get you incubated and get you funded. That's what we do there. So that was my idea of coming in here, and I really hope you liked it. Any questions? Can I take questions? Do we have time for questions? If you have any. Don't ask me to write a poem. Yes. My bread butter is cold. Yeah.
Sustain in this world. So then what are we doing wrong? Like, we don't do this, we don't do that also. So where's the midpoint?
We are talking about, the over dependency. We are talking about technically replacing the most irreplaceable parts of our, human anatomy, right? I'm talking about those things. Code is what I mentioned, and we will continue to code, but we have to be very wary of the fact, very, cognizant of the fact about where this is heading. Like I said, use phone. You cannot not use phone, right? But then it's very important for you to at least know 20, contact numbers on your contact list, at least, 10 friends and 10 family, right? This is what I'm talking about. And we don't know that your memory is getting affected, right? Our attention span is at the lowest, is at its lowest ever. Why? Because of the extreme supply of content, right? There is more content, less time, right? All this has grown, but did the time grow? Did the 24-hour thing change? It's been constant since the beginning of the world, beginning of time, correct? Now for us to accommodate that, what have we done? We quickly scroll, right? The scrolling lifestyle that we call, that's what's happening. So what I'm talking about is responsible consumption of technology is what I'm talking about. Not AI in specific, I'm talking about responsible technology consumption. Like take the stairs, not the lift all the time, something like that.
So just one more thing.
Yeah.
You said that it is hampering us in some way. But isn't that the future? Isn't that where we are leading?
Absolutely, we are, but we cannot just follow it, right? If we continue to, if you do that, it will be blind leading the blind. Because, like I told you guys, AI's results are processed on the basis of data that we feed it, right? So we have to understand what is it learning from us, right? So the LLMs, how they work, the large learning models, how do they work, right? You have to understand that. And that's where I came up with the use cases that I think where technology and AI should be put into, right? That can help save many lives, right? If you get into a hospital and you look at all the machines around, right? Let's say the CT scans, the MRI machines, the X-ray machine. How would you fix a bone if you do not know where it's broken from? Right? So I'm talking about responsible consumption of technology. I'm not saying, to ignore it. You cannot. We cannot live without it. Okay, and we cannot, just stay shut. We cannot shut our eyes on it. We have to understand, and for us to pick it up, the art of taking feedback, we have to understand what it's doing and what do you want and what you should say and not do. That's what I mean. Yep.
No, one.
Thank you. So, sir, my question is like, whatever we are asking to the chat GPT, don't you think it is storing a lot of data, like our location, how we are, what type of questions we are asking, and whether will it be dangerous to the humans?
Did you use the word stolen? Stealing?
Yeah, it is storing.
Storing. Okay, sorry. I heard stealing. No, I mean, that is what you are signing up for, right? That's exactly how you're training it. The more, and that's what I meant. When we ask dumb questions to it, it gives you those answers, and we are technically training it. And that was the whole point of me showing, how did we feed the data to the current version of ChatGPT for it to start making sense, right? It definitely is storing data. But then I know a lot of people are extremely angry about Google, Facebook, Microsoft all taking our data. If you ask me, I'm like, fine, take my data. What can you do with my data? The most important thing that we miss out, and this is slightly a media gimmick. Okay, they talk about them taking our data, but what they do not talk about is it's up to you to not give it to them. You don't want them to take your data, store your data. Don't sign up. Very simple. Now that brings up a question: can you live without them? नहीं, मेरे को Instagram पे ही रहना है. I want to watch all the TikToks and Reels, but then I don't want them to know that I'm watching the Reels. थोड़ा सा unfair है. Unfair इसलिए भी है कि you don't like the idea of them making money with your time, right? You becoming the product and not sharing their profits with you. Okay, that is a problem. But to me, that's not even the problem. To me, the problem is they're using this data to manipulate you and me. right? Something that happened with Cambridge Analytica, where Facebook was supporting political campaigns, and it also happened in India, to introduce bias in the minds of the voters. Okay, to make people hate things that they liked before or like things that they hated before, right? This is what we should be concerned about, not about storing the data, not about ads, not about them making money. It's about how you and I are manipulated for our choices using our own data. And I'm talking about things as simple as I might like strawberry ice cream, right? But then Facebook knows that I like strawberry ice cream, and maybe, a vanilla ice cream making company makes it their agenda to make sure all the strawberry ice cream eaters know that strawberry ice creams cause cancer or whatever, right? And then start making me hate strawberry ice cream. Getting my point? This is what we should be scared about, not the storing part. And this is where Web3 comes into picture, but that's topic for another day. That's about it, I guess. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words and for this interactive session and keeping this event lively. Now I request Mr. K. Srinivas, sir, to honor our guest speaker with memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation. Sir, please. Now, I would like to request Mr. Naveen to present the vote of thanks.
Now that was a really informative session. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to Mr. Miraj Fahim for his insights and engaging talk on the topic ChatGPT. Mr. Fahim's extensive knowledge and expertise on the subject was truly highlighted in this session. And I'm sure we will all be embedded a deeper understanding of the technology behind ChatGPT. Mr. Miraj's ability to break down complex concepts into easy understanding statements made his talk even more valuable. Now that we know what ChatGPT, generative pre-trained transformer, is truly capable of and the power artificial intelligence holds on us. So I, on behalf of everyone present here today, would like to extend my heartfelt and sincere thank you to Mr. Miraj for giving his time and sharing his expertise with us. Your contribution has made this event a great success, and we are all grateful for your knowledge and insights you have provided. Thank you once again, Mr. Miraj. We hope to have you again with us at the campus. With this note, we would like to take a pause for this session. We will have a short break and we'll get back at 3 o'clock.